Currently 11:04. Please give us some time. We are going to commence soon. But before we break, and when we come back, we are going to be looking at drafting and finalizing various recommendations, and then focusing on change management and the legal framework for compliance in change management. Then we'll have a presentation of the various recommendations. We'll have a closing remarks, next steps, and then we'll be done for today. So please, we are going to start the program in the next 5 minutes. Yes, so kindly give us some time. Thank you very much. So starting the program, I'd like to call on Miss Millicent Apraku to give us our opening prayer so that we can commence. Please let's give her a round of applause as she comes.
Good morning. Please shall we all rise? Okay. Dear God, we thank you for today. Father, we commit today's activities in your hands. We grant that you give us wisdom and an understanding to make valuable contributions that would help NITA to succeed in its mandate. We ask that you guide us and help us, and by the end of this day, we'll give all the glory and honor unto your name. In Jesus' mighty name, with thanksgiving have I prayed. Amen.
Thank you, Millicent. Okay, so we've had discussions, we've had various inputs from all our stakeholders. We are moving on to the third day where we are going to be discussing change management and digital skills. So I'm going to invite lawyer Raymond Kujo and Dr. Kwekwo Fosuadakwa to kindly come and lead us in the conversation around change management and digital skills. And Mr. Raymond Kujo is going to do a brief overview of the review of stakeholder engagement outcomes that we've had so far, and then we'll move on to the change management and digital skills. Please, with a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Raymond and Dr. Adakwa. Thank you.
Good morning to us all. Yes, over the past 2 days, we've been looking at different focus groups. We've been looking at the subsidiary legislation, which comes out of Act 771 and 772. The idea is to ensure that the subsidiary legislation provides all the legal clarity that is required, and it is also one which is an instrument for economic growth. Law shapes economic growth and economic activities in several ways. Through the medium of taxation, you can make certain areas of development more attractive than others. Through the medium of an organized legal framework, you can encourage innovation and productivity. Through a medium of a legal framework which is grounded on the policy, you can also widen the areas of inclusion. And when you widen the areas of inclusion, you also, all these areas, by widening them, you are also increasing income generating opportunities and then increasing the potential for GDP growth. So you see that law is one of the instruments that we use to enable the growth of the economy. And therefore, in dealing with this legislative instrument, we must also have that at the back of our mind that as we provide clarity and we deepen the ecosystem, we would also create more potential for us to grow our economy. We realized as we went through the different focus groups that they touched on different areas within the technology ecosystem that we have to pay attention to in order to ensure that the digital policy is successful. In going through that exercise, we realize that technology is not technology does not accommodate silo thinking. It also does not accommodate silo working. And it is one which, at a constant and aggressive pace, encourages interdependence, interrelations. So we discovered that there are certain attributes like digital skills which will run through all the different focus groups, despite the fact that it would also require special attention. We will discover that there are certain sectors like the marginalized, gender mainstreaming, disability, persons with disability, which also go through, hold throughout the various focus groups, but also require special attention. So there's a need when we are having conversations to always bear in mind that in the same way that when you type www or you go on any app, you have that global presence open to you and open to those who will communicate with you. Whenever we are dealing with any aspect of the subtopics, we always will have forward and backward engagement with the various other enabling factors. So our first focus group discussion would be on change management. That will be slide 4. Now, we would observe that change management has a very important relationship between digital entrepreneurship, data and emerging technologies, and we will see that within the area of digital and emerging technologies and digital entrepreneurship, we have issues of data governance, data classification, open data, data sharing, emerging technologies and regulation, incubation, innovation culture, access to capital, and scaling of local tech ecosystem. We'll discover that we see digital government there, but we see data governance here under data and emerging technologies and digital entrepreneurship, because despite the fact that we see these two pillars of data and emerging technologies and digital entrepreneurship, within the ecosystem of the government also must also strengthen the pillars of the data and emerging technologies, and the government also must begin to look at seeing itself as part of a digital entrepreneurial class, because what we are looking at is the opportunities of new technology which is available and the kind of things that we can do towards generating new streams of revenue from the design. So we will see that change management requires that we all begin to look at things differently. What is happening is between the telex and the facts, it was a gradual process. There was a place of blurred transition, but there was a movement. By the time we got to the facts, it got to a point where nobody would go for a telex, Because there was a time when people were going for telex while people were doing fax. There was a time when people were doing fax while people were doing email. Today, if you go to a shop, you normally will not go looking for a fax machine. So what then happens is that we are in a transitional period between two different types of civilizations, if I may put it bluntly, because the technology ecosystem is transforming what we know of a paper-based system into a totally new, different ecosystem. But in the transition, that's where our generation finds itself. Today's children, if you put the phone that we used to wind before we will get the dial tone before the child will look at it and ask you, Daddy, Mommy, what is this? Now, that is a certain generation which will be that generation which will, our transition would have faded away. But we have to have that change management understanding, which would enable that transition to be effective. Because if we don't have that change management understanding to have that transition being effective, what then will happen will be that the transition will take a longer phase. You will see, for example, that different economies have had different successes with moving towards cashless societies. And you see that some of the underpinning reasons for this is the change management culture which underpinned that transition. Now, if you are moving towards cashless and you have a situation where point of sales equipment can be available in the last mile. When you travel, you go to the market, you are buying anything, point of sale equipment just pops out. Now, when we have a situation where you have a lack of a certain density of the point of sales, you see that your transition is slower than the transition of others. So what we have to look at is looking at the digital economic policy that which will be launched, looking at the role of NITA, which will be launched, because what happens is this: we are all not spectators of technology, awaiting the digital economic policy to be launched before we know what is in technology. We already know what technology is doing. We already know where it is going. But the policy is bringing clarity and shaping things so that it helps us to be able, as a collective, to approach the policy. So now, we are going to look at access to capital. How are we going to access and enable access to capital to be made easier for DEVs and for different players who will be required to enable us accelerate the process of that transition. We are going to also look at the culture of innovation. You see, from mainframe computer to 186, 286, 386. Now, Windows 95, Windows 98, XP. You see that each transition was very small. If all of us were to take the position that, after all, what is this small feature going to do? Microsoft would not have grown by the leaps and bounds that it grew. We will also observe that at the early stages of the internet growth, when 4 RAM was big news, you see that certain people had visions which were ahead of the infrastructure. So their vision, which was ahead of this infrastructure, didn't survive the way it could have survived. But today, that vision is replicated. So you will see Netscape had, it was a web browser, but it had a certain concept that instead of us downloading and constantly buying these operating systems, that is Word and Excel, and then downloading, and then this is the new version, this is the new version. What it was going to do was that it would be cloud-based, basically. And then what you can do will be, all you just do is just type what you want to type. And you see today the Google concept really is taking that concept far. Microsoft OneDrive is taking that concept far. So what happens is that you can have that online version and you can just work. So you see that there is a need for us to have both an innovation culture and see how we also develop the underlying infrastructure so that it rewards innovation. Because what happens is that if we do not sustain innovation, then wherever they get capital, and after they get the capital, they die, you have capital being less interested in supporting innovation. You will discover with new technologies that when some of the technologies come, those who are funding the technologies know that they are not going to see profit anytime now. But they know that eventually this will sit, and therefore they put in money. Now, we'll have to also develop an ecosystem which is patient with capital. Otherwise, as soon as they give the innovation entity some money to do the thing, every board meeting that they assemble, can you show us what the profit is? And if you cannot show, then you begin to. So you discover that a certain ecosystem which is required is what is also going to be responsible for the quality of innovation and growth that we'll have in the ecosystem. Then you have incubation hubs. Some people have ideas, but they don't have the other things which help the ideas to grow. Now, you see one more time that technology is a mix of so many factors coming together. So you look at platforms like LinkedIn, for example. It's an open platform. Now, that open platform gives the opportunity for different mixes to come together. And out of that different mix, you see that people come out with different opportunities. You see that also that innovation always goes with research. And if you do innovation without research, at a point in time, the market is not loyal to your company name. It's loyal to what they want and experience. So you will see that if you look at Facebook, where it started from, and in fact, before we say where it started from, we'll say where it originated, it started from. Because they were 4 friends and they initially had is it one space or right, and then they went their separate ways, and then Facebook started. And you see that what Facebook was when it started and what Facebook is today there's been a wide movement, and all these have been responses to the ecosystem. You see that there was this very good platform which was ahead of WhatsApp, Viber. And there was a time when Viber was, that is it. But then you see that one area where Viber began to slack was the quality of his voice calls. And when WhatsApp was better on the quality of voice calls, because remember, now we are using voice over IP instead of fixed line and mobile telephony in order to make a cross-border communication, because the consumer is looking for the best experience he can get at the least cost. So you see that very little things begin to change this. Then you see that before Viber and WhatsApp, Skype, and that kind of social media content was what was doing fine. Now, then at a point in time, you see that Facebook also came with Messenger to also, but then WhatsApp had a certain absence of www advantage, which also was always present on phone, and therefore WhatsApp was virtually killing what we then knew as Skype. Those days, if you have a complimentary card and Skype is not on it, you are out of business. Right? But then now you see that now WhatsApp contact is on it. So you see that the user experience, anybody who is looking at change management and is looking at how to change products, how to look at the social thinking changing, needs changing, and begin to develop products and innovation, right, is what we are looking at as the pioneers and those who would lead the. Then you look at emerging technologies and regulation. You see that this is like a boil. It's very sensitive. It's the same way that when you touch a boil, you feel a pain. You see that people's reaction to emerging technology, that uncertainty, it makes people jittery, you know. And so you see that area is one which we must now begin to see that technology and change have come to stay. And that is the new today. Now, before the 9/11, our knowledge and understanding of our engagement with X-ray was totally different. It's only when you go to the hospital, the doctor makes a diagnosis, it relates to certain things that you go and sit in X-ray. Now, when after 9/11, given the nature of the nature of what happened and the shoe bomber experience, you see that we then fell on technology to see what we can do with technology in order to take advantage of the challenge which we were facing and to be able to live the life we wanted to live and enjoy the productivity that we wanted to do. So you see that research, innovation came into it, and today we won't call it an X-ray machine, but you go at the airport, you raise your, and it takes all the necessary things to detect what you have on board. And then you see that with new technology, the issues of ethics and code of conduct, the issues of ethics and code of conduct also go with it. So you see that the concept of X-ray, when the issue of X-ray came up, people had different types of fears, and we all know what the different types of fears were. So the design of the X-ray content would have to be tweaked in such a way that what is being searched for is what is looked at. And you see that it doesn't put people in a position of discomfort, but it also enables user-friendliness also to come through. Then you see that with that also you see that change management means that you use a very subtle way of engaging the minds of people to understand where we are, where we have to go, why we have to go there, what they must do to get there, and the benefit also that the process will bring to them. So you see that when this introduction of airport scanning, etc., it went in tandem with a certain type of education where passengers were assured and comfortable that what is being done would also provide for our safety. So the development of code of conduct, code of practices also forms part of change management. And those code of conduct, code of practices find expression in training manuals. Some find expression in academic and vocational course content. Because now when these find their way into academic and professional course content, what happens is that you are creating an ecosystem of acceptance for use. Then we have the issue of open data and data sharing. Because of the issues of privacy and what we all hold dear to ourselves, there is also the need for a change management in understanding that, okay, yes, it's privacy, but the privacy can also be assured within the digital forum and across the entire ecosystem. So you see that the Data Protection Act would come in, the policy, every institution would also have to develop its data governance and data policy where you have exempt processing. The law enforcement agencies would have to be transparent on certain levels of exempt processing. So you see that when you go on government websites, you see that not only in Ghana, but across every jurisdiction. Government's first duty is to ensure that the state doesn't fail. Now, if the state shouldn't fail, it means we have to give up certain privacy rights to the state to enable the state to be able to ensure that it processes these things for our collective safety. So these things form the ambit of exempt processing. And it is also important for us not only to have the policy on exempt processing, but also for it to be taught in our curriculum, because it helps people to understand the importance and the place of data sharing for their security, for their business growth, for innovation growth, which will bring utility to them. And you see also that the open data concept, it would appear that in the absence of, and before technology, when you needed information, sometimes it was very difficult. We can't find the file, you go and come, we are searching for the file, you go and come, we did some movement of things from here to there, and therefore, so now you see that there are certain types of information which all of us need to have easy and ready access to. Now, for different types of purposes. In the paper-based regime, if those informations were available, they were available in paper-based regime. So what will happen? You go from this ministry to this ministry to this ministry to this ministry to this MDA. They are all ready to give it to you, but you'll be going. You spend so much man hours. Now, the concept of open data, where all those type of informations which we would all require are aggregated and held in a certain structured form, which enables us all to be able to access and use, is what we are also looking at. So now we ask ourselves, what is the kind of change management approach that we need to do to make this thing easier? This would show the collaboration and interinstitutional cooperation which is required. Then you see data governance and data classification. These are two very, very important things which not only must be practiced within the government sector, but it must also be practiced within the private sector ecosystem. Sometimes when people hear data governance, it's like it is a government alone thing. But it is also a private sector thing which you must also incorporate in. So you will see, therefore, that all these areas, if we begin to develop change management approaches which are consistent with the data economic policy goals and objectives, it would impact on the maturity or the continuing maturing of our digital entrepreneurships, both within the government ecosystem and the private sector ecosystem. It will also increase the certainty and the discussions around data and emerging technologies in both the government ecosystem and the private ecosystem. Now, what it means is that government now must see itself within the context of technology as also an entrepreneur. Now, when government sees itself also as an entrepreneur, what happens is that it begins to develop and sharpen the skills that it has, and therefore its engagement also with private sector in PPP-related discussions will be facilitated. So you see that now we ought, all of us as an institution, have to develop change management strategies. Now, it is these change management strategies which relate to various products, which would also next slide, please. Which would also deepen our level of digital penetration and goal and the rate of goal attainment. You see that within the ecosystem, you will see that the legal framework within the government ecosystem are things which we have to look at and then see how we also develop the necessary change management strategies which will help the legal framework to be able to be successful in its implementation. So, for example, the Data Protection Act, you see that when it comes out, there's a need for public engagement discussion. All our technology-related legislations, we also have to facilitate public discourse and discussions around these. You see the private and DV sector ecosystem also. You see that when you come to procurement and the space that it will create for the private sector in relation to technology-related products, services, and drawing up of RFPs and EOIs. You see that our procurement legal framework currently has been based more on the paper-based regime, where nobody procures by giving you a free thing as a start. But we essentially would do ROPs where we receive bids by pricing and, Now, what we need to do also is to deepen the PPA type of procurement model, which also would also enable innovative ways of generating business relationships. Now, all these things will be governed by legal framework. Then citizens, residents, and global community, you see that these things, because of cross-border e-commerce, for example, you see that cross-border e-commerce, are citizens who are buying things from Amazon and getting things delivered. You see sometimes when you click some of these sites, they say this thing is not available for delivery in your country. You see some of them, they do the delivery, but after the thing is, you have a problem, you discover that you do not have recourse or a place where you can get your grievances shared, because when you click the accept, they say that all disputes will be settled by the law of some foreign country. But then you see that a certain legal framework, if you look at the EU, and these are where we look at other comparable practices and how their nationals are also protected. Now we look at that, and then we also begin to generate that necessary legal framework. You see that under the company's code, if you are doing you are engaged in doing a certain level of activity within this ecosystem, you are supposed to register with the Registrar General. Even in the paper-based regime, a lot of these companies were not complying. Now, we are going to the technology-based regime. Now, there are different tools in technology for being able to monitor whether the traffic is in or out, flowing in, flowing out. So these are things that we have to also scale up the capacity building within our national ecosystem. And that would mean that we have to identify the different entities within the ecosystem that we have to participate with in order to also ensure that the legal regime which protects the citizens and residents and the global community's engagement with us is also dealt with. Then you have planning and data policy. Now, what happens is this. A lot of times we believe that data compliance simply means that I'm registered with the data commissioner, I have my data certificate, but you must have a data policy. And that data policy must translate in what every worker of your institution understands as a data policy of the institution. Now, the data policy includes data security. It includes data subject right. All these are things which we have to now begin to develop as institutions, training manuals which capture these things, because the data protection compliance, the lowest minimum standard is compliance with the Data Protection Act. But in the same way that we will need subsidiary legislation to roll those things out, within each institution too, we need to do policy development which ensures that we will be compliant. Now and your policy development will also influence your systems that you procure and the access controls that you give. You see, within the space of technology, we have to now, we see human beings taking the form of data subjects, and we also must see activity also taking the form of user, so that it can be the person can be identified. So, for example, you see that everybody who applies for online banking will be given a username, will be given a password. Now, we need to also begin to develop that user ecosystem culture to be able to deal with footprints, tracking. Footprint tracking is nothing. There's nothing bad. When we sit in the airplane, we see the GPS marking show us where we are going. So we are all data in the air. So when we are looking at the effective working of things, we also must look at the way we deal with the user and password. Now, the user, one of the things also we also have to realize is that when we have a user control, and the input that we use in registering users also defines what we can do and what we cannot do with access control. So you will see that when you get into the bank and you type your user name, your user password, you see you can only see your account or accounts associated with, So what happens is that when we are designing these things, we must have the full logic at the back of our minds. Then forum group identification. Now, you see that this is very important because they also help us in improving the discourse on existing legislation, new legislation, and in improving the legal framework. Then implementation, you see that one of the goals of the one of the subsidiary legislations is to ensure that the policy implementation is successfully done. So you see that legal framework also is important. Then training manual compilation. Now what happens is that in certain areas, if these are made mandatory compliance requirements for licensing, certification, etc., it will also help in compelling the training manual compilation, and that compilation would also help in educating and bringing digital knowledge in the ecosystem. Then we have the HR department and the in-house ecosystem. Now, that is one soft and important department which requires a lot of change management, because now HR is not supposed to just look in terms of leave allowance, sick leave, but now you are now looking and seeing yourself as part of technology. IT and HR must now begin to engage in a certain way, because if HR doesn't understand some amount of technology, how is it going to develop the policy which relates to remote working, right? And HR can't just leave it to the IT department, deal with the issues of remote working. HR is now taking a new shape within the technology ecosystem, and you see that HR will be engaging with every department, inclusive of research and development. So you will see also that the way we look at things must change. So this is part of the change management thing we're looking at. Let's look at the next slide. Yes, sir.
Just touch on an aspect, a practical aspect flowing out of our deliberations. Yeah. Under the digital entrepreneurship, I think we had 2 questions, or if not 3. One from the Ministry of Agric on e-agric interventions and how they can be supported within the legal framework. We had one from the Forestry Commission, also how they could use their data in promoting their services and their business. And then I think we had also one from innovators who were asking how they could have their programs clothed in legislation. This is the time that the public service must see itself being placed in the area of digital entrepreneurship. We used to be looking outside the public service, thinking that digital entrepreneurship is only for the private sector. Now the private sector is seeking to have collaboration with the public sector to transform their businesses on IT platforms. So time was that we didn't leave this collaboration to the private sector. In fact, the Association of Ghana Industries, for instance, we had a workshop and they were saying that under the new direction, they want to see much more collaboration between the public and the private sector. So when they hear that maybe an IT innovation has been developed, then they ask themselves, how has it been done? Is it just somebody who has come and facilitated that in the department and gone with no technology transfer? So this is a time that NITA is challenged to clothe in the regulations guidelines that will support digital entrepreneurship collaboration in PPP model, as Raymond said. So this is the challenge time. We shouldn't be consumers in the public service. We should now be ready to collaborate to develop systems and services for the various agencies. So, for example, if you are looking at the AG's department, where our esteemed people come from, the systems that should be developed now, we will now have to see a legal person who understands the system, just as our friend who is a lawyer has gone through, so that no consultant comes from outside, but that is a collaboration between the public servants and the external private sector in a PP model for us to. And this is where we are expecting that the regulations will give guidelines for this type of collaboration. So this is a challenge that we have. Yeah, thank you.
So let's go to slide number 2 first. Okay. I don't know if any of us have had this experience where you go to a place, you see maybe a door, there is no key, and you don't know what to do in order to get through that door because you are not familiar with that process. Because you see that this has, let's say you go to your office and you see a strange new computer sitting on your desk, right? Now, you put on the computer and you see that this computer is not the normal Windows start button that you go and hit and then get this kind of response that you get, because the operating system is not a Windows-based operating system. Nonetheless, it is a computer. What would you do and how would you operate it? This is the question I want to get 2 people to try and answer. You have a computer You are told there's a laptop in front of you, just go work. You are used to a Windows operating system. You put the thing on, and you see it's worked. It's on. It has everything on it. How would you go about getting what you need?
Raymond, are you sure you want to answer this question? Ghanaians, we are very good at fidgeting and finding our way out. So I'm sure they'll fidget and find their way out.
Now, you see that basically you'll be confronted with one thing. Do you have the skill to be able to come the challenge? And then now you begin to explore how to overcome the challenge. Now, if you don't have the skill, your exploration is guided by luck. Right? And then when you have a problem, because your start strength is luck, trying to resolve the problem you fall again on luck. So you see that all this leads to what? Frustration. But where you have a diverse set of skills, you will discover that either your skill strength or the design ease enables you to be able, with your prior knowledge, to be able to do what you intend doing. Now, you see that in our design of platforms, we have to look at the digital skill which is required to use those platforms. If the digital skill is such that the person has to go to school, get certificate 1, certificate 2, certificate 3 in order to do, then what you are doing is that you are not making that design doesn't make it easy for users to access and use. So you see that digital skills runs in two modes. The mode which looks at a design which enables the most basic of skills to be able to access and use, and the other type of skill which requires knowledge in order to be able to use effectively. Now, digital skills, you see under the digital skills pillar that we have workforce development. Now, the workforce development digital skill is based on development which is not based on or premised on learning through luck, but it is learning through structured information and structured design. Then you see that R&D also, research and development, is also important, because research and development does not only relate to new technologies, but it relates to understanding the challenges that your existing employees have and the knowledge gap and education that they need in order to enable that institution to be able to get what is required. Then you have advanced capabilities. Now, you see that your innovation also requires a certain type of unique skill that all of us are not equipped with. That is why we have those who school themselves to come with those particular skills. And the ability to network within themselves and come out with innovative products is one of the reasons why our professional IT class ecosystem must be developed in such a way that it makes it easy for them to identify those within themselves which have skills, and then those skills to be developed and shared, and that also increases the knowledge within the ecosystem. One would look at open source based ecosystems as one such ecosystem, right? you will see that with open source communities, you have platforms where people with different challenges will share, people with different skills would come and respond to, and then those who are experimenting with the responses will be saying the challenges they are having. Other people who've also had similar challenges will be. So you will see that knowledge-based forum growth also is part of things which we must also capture within the ecosystem or of our advanced capabilities. Then you have inclusion in ICT. Now, what was going to happen is that now technology now is an uninvited guest in everything. So that is to say, it invites itself. So technology is now something we cannot do without. We have to, I mean, originally, I think there was a time when there was the pager, right? In those days when you had a pager machine, you were really, and then when this Mijina Bonting came, it was highly priced. That one, you were paying for both receiving and making calls. So the pager industry continued to thrive. Then as the price began to go down, what happened was that the convenience with the mobile phone was bringing surpassed that of the pager, and then the pager gradually became something which in today's world we all don't really care much about. Then you have digital literacy. The development of digital literacy, it also requires an intentional input. Then you have universal access, data access and affordability. You will have digital affordability. You have last mile penetration. Now, this is about education. Everybody has a right to be educated, no matter where he stands. And everybody has a right to have an improvement in digital learning. And the vehicle on which digital learning rests is digital access, affordability, device affordability, last mile connectivity. Usually when you talk about last mile connectivity, it presumes that before last mile there is connectivity. So these are things which we must look at when we are thinking about digital skills. We must look at it in this impacting. Now, if we move to the next slide, and then after that, contributions would go to the end. You see that for digital skills, you see that faith-based organizations also, they help in vocational development. So we must also look at how to get faith-based organizations to begin to look at being engaged in the development of digital skills, especially among the class of people who are significantly disadvantaged, and they rely on faith-based organizations to also bring some interventions in their lives. So that what then happens is that it's not only about clothing and things that come, but the faith-based organizations also begin to look at bringing digital skill and digital knowledge to communities which are disadvantaged. You also have civil societies doing that. You have employment associations and job recruitment agencies. All of these can be some of the areas for digital skills development. Then you see that we can also do that development through apprenticeship, fintechs, digital hubs, and then the national development planning strategy. And then you see that digital skills can be developed in preschools and in such a way that it ensures that we have public schools and private schools parity in technology. I think it's very heartbreaking when you see some of the way IT is taught, because it's not, the teachers don't have the resources, and I think that there's a certain way we all have to change. We cannot be private schools developing side by side with public schools with such inadequacy and feel okay. We must also begin to look at the kind of interventions we can also do. Then they don't have to be record-breaking interventions that would require, but teaching ICT with chalk on blackboard, and it's something which we must all, from faith-based organizations, civil societies, these are things which is not only government's responsibility, but it is our collective duty as citizens, because we are in a collective journey as a country. So we must look at this. When you look at the nursery curriculum for child development, then you see that when you buy toys, you see that the toys are for age so and so to so and so. Now, when you go and look at the educational curriculum, what happens is that the toy is made and designed to help develop the child for that stage in the child development cycle. So it is also important for us to begin to also realize that at the preschool level, we can now begin to shape children using toys to be open to technology. And we can start that also in trying to bridge the parity gap. So what we need to also do, some of the NGOs may begin to look at those who have maybe an older form of a laptop which you don't want, but it is still working, not one that is broken and the battery doesn't work. Okay, then we can have some of these credible CSOs look at how some of these things can find their way into the public sector schools to also help reduce the disparity between the public sector and the private sector schools. Then you have digital labs per ratio of students. Sometimes it's almost a whole community behind 3 desktops. So what we begin to do is, as part of our matrices, begin to look at the ratio, in the same way that we do look at policing per ratio of population. We begin to look at some of these things. I think in the census, the last census, the Ghana Statistical Service has done a lot of good work on that, and we must begin to look at that, and also as CSOs also begin to be engaged in that. All focus are trying to have digital skills penetration and developing matrices for saying that we are really getting there, we are really making progress, or we have to redouble our efforts. Then the Ministry of Education to develop a public school alumni partnership. This is something which I always look for opportunity to smuggle, and so I'm also smuggling it in here. Because when you look at alumni, it's always about private schools. And I think that there is the need for those who have benefited through the public schools also to set up public school alumni to also come in also towards trying to bring in some interventions to help with digital skills acquisition. I think that we all must begin to look at digital skills as an ecosystem thing which all of us, no matter where we are placed, we are all trying to bring those who are behind up And those who are up already, we want to push them higher so that collectively we are maturing in. Because you will discover, I think, I wouldn't mention the name of the product, but there are two countries. There's China and there's another country. And there is one of these known products which was looking at relocating some of the industries to the other country. And they discovered, based on user return, that products which were made in another country were returned more than products which were made in another country. So I haven't mentioned the two countries. I mentioned only one, but the return I didn't. Now, you see that it was traced to digital skill. So you see that as we also improve our digital skills, we will make this country a hub of choice for some of these technology products and interventions. Then the digital school at secondary level in all public schools to ensure nationwide parity. What we're trying to do, I think, was it yesterday, the issue of the gap in different levels of maturity in the public sector ecosystem, which also needs to be audited in order to ensure that we move in transition. That same principle also applies to digital skills. And I'm looking at education because that is where society and tomorrow's society is determined by today's educational opportunities. So what we are doing is we are developing an ecosystem which will move us during this transitional period into greater and greater levels of maturity. Because if they are not familiar with these products, when they come out of school, it becomes the employer's responsibility to take them through stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Now, then what happens is that the employer also would say that we are getting graduates who are not business ready. So this is a very important thing. Then you see Ministry of Education to coordinate secondary school alumni activities for digital school fund development, because now technology is where we are all going. And we should all now begin to see how we would work together. We'll have synergies in our efforts. And then capacity building of training of bodies in cybersecurity, critical data. Now, this is also very important because the underlying thing which is there is security. During COVID, we all put masks. Mask was type of security. After COVID, when we wash our hands, personal hygiene is all part of things to make sure that our health security is protected. So whilst dealing in all areas of digital skill development, issues of training with security and must also go hand in hand. At this stage, I have spoken more than enough, and I can see that we have a lot of contributions. So.
As we expect the contributions, the slide before this, we spoke about inclusion in ICT. That is very key. And yesterday, we had the case study of the persons in disability, with disability. It is also the area that we have to be conscious to bridge all the digital divide between the gender digital divide as well. And so we have to make sure that in crafting our regulations, we don't leave gaps where the gender feminine will be left behind. Indeed, when this wheel came, some of the gender advocates were asking, where is gender? Where is gender? And I indicated that is why we have even given the asterisks there, inclusion in ICT. So this is also linked to the change management aspect. And there should be conscious change management within agencies to ensure that we have a balance in ICT development. Indeed, ICT ought to be demystified, as though we have these STEM courses and whatnot. But within public service, within the private sector, we have to make sure that we bridge the gap, especially in the area of gender. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ebenezer Osei from M-Pharma. So M-Pharma is a health tech company. What I want to ask is a threefold question. I know Raymond mentioned that universal access, that policy pillar, is focused on education. I just want to know, considering the essential service we provide in health, is it possible to include health in that universal access? So let me give you an example. One of the services that we use tech for is called Multi-Doctor. It's a telemedicine platform where we provide a virtual doctor in communities. We are basically transforming primary healthcare. So where in areas where it's almost impossible to reach a doctor, you find a multi-doctor there. You don't pay any consultation fee. And that community, for children under 10 years, it's free. So you can access the doctor as many times as possible. So given the importance of such a service that leverages on tech and the data cost and everything, is it possible, considering that we are all stakeholders here, to include health in that universal access and connectivity so that that data cost can be removed? And if it is possible, what are the realistic timelines? And the third part is, what commitment or what contribution would you need from a private partner like M-Pharma? Thank you.
So, do we? Okay.
That's a very good question. Yesterday, somebody gave a presentation that very soon there will be a company which would bring advice which will minimize the stress that we have with universal access and connectivity. I think a colleague made, yes. Very good. The inference is that Ghana Information Technology, GIFEC is not to compete with service providers who can bring access. GIFEC is to ensure that that amount paid into that trust is used to benefit solutions such as you have provided. So the challenge had been that GIFEC would think of trying to support the universal access by creating masts in areas. Soon as they would do that, the service providers seeing that is beneficial will also go there. So the investment which would have been used with the aim of getting the outlandish, the far-flung communities to benefit would then have been duplicated. These are areas where proposals will have to be submitted to GIFEC as soon as possible because it's very laudable and they should be able to channel part of the Universal Service Fund to support such delivery. Indeed, this is the transformation which should come. And they will then be relating with NITA for the supporting guidelines. So yesterday, somebody asked, why do you have NCA, NITA, and GIFEC there? It said, oh, they all collaborate with access and transmission. So that's why yesterday came. So this is a very important question, and I wish that you package this to submit to the administrator of GIFEC, and NITA will be assisting you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Doc, we'll assist him and take his proposal. But I think on the GIFEC, the point you made about GIFEC is supposed to take connectivity to the rural areas, which the MNOs typically do not go because they don't see commercial viability. But now, I think they are sharing GIFEC's towers and infrastructure. So hopefully, that would lessen that as well. But the other thing that I want to say is that health is important, agric is important. So yesterday there was a representative from Ministry of Agriculture here. So we are looking at that because agri-tech is huge. And however way we can collaborate, and even with health, to assist, we will do so. But Raymond, I'm hoping that you can really capture Ministry of Finance and the budgeting processing in this process. Because I think the way we do our budget is wrong. If a money is given to a particular ministry, NITA dare not go and tell them how to spend the money, right? But if we do it in such a way that, because Ministry of Finance should rely on NITA for quality assurance in terms of the work that is done. That is what pertains in other jurisdictions. Madam mentioned that we've benchmarked a couple of countries and what they're doing. So I think Ministry of Finance should either, look, we currently have a product that is doing very well, Smart Workplace. Now, that product is in jeopardy because we cannot even pay the license cost, let alone deployment cost and even support and maintenance. I have tried many a times with finance to try and see whether we can, take some of the money from the goods and services of these ministries and quarantine them for the purpose of paying for this. So if we don't do that, and I hope we can capture, not necessarily ABI Ministry of Finance, but the whole budgeting process, right? Because Ministry of Education will go and do connectivity to secondary schools with no recourse to NITA or GIFEC. Do you see? Once they have the money, they feel you don't need to come into our business at all. And this intercooperation you've been talking about must happen. But we must also put the monies aside to be able to do these kind of things. It's very, very important.
Mr. Raymond, would you like to...
Access to funds. Yes,
Right.
yes.
Would you like us to load the questions, or you take it
I
one
want
at...
to take it because these gray hairs are not holding. Now, I'll come to yours, but I want to just talk about the budgeting because it's important. What DG said is right. My view is this. When this legislative instrument is passed, because NITA has a nationwide responsibility to monitor and implement, then it means that the Ministry of Finance must set a budget for policy, monitoring, and implementation nationwide and across the various sectors. So now, what then it will mean is when we have that level of interrelationship and cooperation in the government ecosystem, is that the aspects which NITA will be doing, because you see, when you're talking about connectivity, all the various ministries need connectivity. But ultimately, if all the various ministries are giving money for connectivity, it's just duplication. In the meantime, if you give NITA the funds to be able to ensure that the connectivity across the entire government ecosystem, you may discover that it comes out even cheaper than what we are doing.
There's a government connectivity project that is currently ongoing. But again, it's with the World Bank. So if a donor doesn't get involved, it's as if we cannot do things for ourselves. And we, because it's a project. And the project has a time span. And when it expires, then we leave it. So as a nation, we must think of a way to try and do things for ourselves. It is critical because that's what everybody else does. But yes, there's a connectivity project currently ongoing that we are connecting all hospitals, all police stations, all post offices. What else? Even some judiciary service sites. Where? I can't hear you. No, it's bad. But at least we are covering. Okay, and there's also an effort from NITA. It was the first thing I did when I got to NITA was to put a paper to my minister to say that, Madam, NITA owns or operates the Eastern Corridor. Western Corridor is a private company, fine. Or Gridco is using, well, VRA has fiber. Gridco has fiber. ECG has fiber. Ghana Post, I've forgotten the name. But there's about 7 or so institutions that government has invested in them and they have fiber assets. And these people are sitting there and the fiber is not being used for the collective good. So I am saying that we should consolidate all those fiber so that at least if the Eastern Corridor breaks or there's a cut in the Eastern Corridor, we can hop to the nearest, because if you overlay a map of Ghana and you show these fiber assets, you probably will see that one site could have maybe triple or quadruple redundancies. That we must do. And that has gone to VIP's office. And we are going to push, because the foundation for all these things that we are doing is connectivity. If you don't have connectivity, if that happens, someone in that rural area would have electricity maybe passing through, or would have something going through that could connect to this M-Pharma product that could be useful for them. So, I mean, we must stop thinking in this silo mentality and know that it is for the good of everybody. That's where we need to be.
So you see, and what you say, DG, is very right. You see that this conversation about budgeting, and because I think between NITA, Ministry of Finance, NCA, GIFEC, we need to have some conversation with the Ministry of Finance for them to see the monitoring and implementing role, right? Because as part of your monitoring and implementing role, where infrastructure is weak, which is an NCA thing, NCA will have to step in. Where last mile, which is weak, GIFEC will have to step in. Now, when we come to, and the example you gave of the fiber cut is very relevant, because you see, one of the advantages that the internet have is because of packet routing, okay? So if this place is down, it would find its routing through an alternative route. So now you see that technology is giving us certain types of options, which we also have to leverage on. Now, when we talk about access and connectivity, because data we have the multimedia aspect of data. So in this day, when we are talking about data, we are talking about data in the context of a multimedia package data. Okay. Now, if we look at data in that mode, and we also look at bandwidth support in that mode, then you see that we are looking at a certain type of ecosystem which would also help with, because if you're going to do telemedicine and you have to look at the person, the amount of bytes that you'll be using will be different from if you are just typing ABC. You know, so you look at these things. Now, there's a need also as private sector entities to calculate. You see, so for example, when you travel, sometimes you see, you can even go on the map to show you where you are, the strength of the signal, and because all these are things which we need to have the capacity at any given time to be able to know that bandwidth potential which is going through at different points. Now, when that happens, what happens will be this. In places where you are also piloting or you have a presence, right? What has to be done by way of cooperation among institutions to ensure that you have sufficient bandwidth to do what you need to do will be some of the things which would also be assured. Remember, the critical sectors include health. It includes agric. So when we are talking about universal access, we are talking about it in terms of the infrastructure on which the connectivity will roll. So definitely health will form part of that. But now what you're doing is you are coming in with innovation and you are coming in with a product, right? Now, that innovation and that product must sit. The Ministry of Health and the various sectors which you will have to engage with, because you also discover that if you also engage with medical and dental council and enable your entity to be able to link and make sure that those who hold themselves out to be doctors are real doctors. It's also one of the things, because we are seeing from lawyers to doctors, we are seeing fake, you know. So these are things which what we have to also look at is working on that ecosystem development. But definitely, I don't think you'll be alone in that area. Also look among the network of professionals, and I think NITA is also providing that professional class, so that then you see other professionals who you can engage with, okay? Because some of them may have innovations which will help you in your last mile, and then you all leverage on these things.
Yeah, Mr. Kujo, so we have about 6 people, and we are currently on digital skills. So, Council, please advise.
So let us...
Do we take all?
Let's take all.
Okay, so...
Let's take all.
So please, if you want, kindly come and make your submission through this, and
So
we continue.
let's give one mic. You can have... Okay. So when he finishes his mic, then...
No, please, we have to... Okay. So kindly come. Okay. Right, please go ahead.
All right, so good afternoon. My name is Amako Asante Kakra. I'm an MI specialist. I work on most government projects by the World Bank. And one of the interesting things I see here is that most of the focus groups are on Ministry of Education. I'm happy he brings about the bit on budget, right? I feel that NITA stands the point as a regulator to be able to push for that agenda, because mind you, if I'm in the ministry and by NITA regulations, you are required to have some certain specific roles of IT individuals. You can push the ministry to comply. Because one of the things that I've seen, even though at the point that we're even recruiting procurement officers in the civil service, there was that priority given to the procurement people to be employed to the other civil service. I feel that the NITA team, as a regulator, can enforce that. So if I say I'm in the Ministry of Finance, and if you are setting up an IT sector in the Ministry of Finance, you're required to have this specific roles filled, then you probably might not have other accountants or any other portfolio being filled to the IT department, because I've been in part of some of the ministries that you see even accountants being part of the MIS team, where they do not know anything. I think NITA stands a point to enforce that regulation. Even though I feel that they are doing much better, but I think that the honor should not be on the Ministry of Education alone to do that. Once we've listed some of this. The other interesting bit I see here is that you see a lot of donor partners running projects in the ministries. At the end of the day, they bring consultants. How do you mainstream those consultants' basic knowledge to the people, so that at least when the project is ended, there will be that continuity? I think that area should be focused on, because you see, most ministries do have projects that are running. When the project ends, the infrastructure that have been put in place, especially in the technology bits, stalls. because he has not been mainstream to the people who are at the ministries. I think we should make conscious efforts to make sure that those things, and I think NITA has the power also to regulate that, because most of the things that we are doing or we do is regulated by the NITA. Thank you.
So one second. So the question about putting the right people in the IT departments, I'm hoping the IT class thing resolves that. And there's a process in place that will do that, because you have to have certain credentials before you can work in IT. And once you enter IT in the public service, you know exactly where you are going in terms of your grading and all that. The second point about donor agencies. Look, if nothing at all, I have a lot of respect for the minister I work for. If nothing at all, she tries. You just have to Google and see the efforts she's made in trying to sanitize the area. So as I'm talking to you now, there's currently a product that we are working with the Justice Department that was sponsored by USAID. She's like, no, the USAID should come and sit with us. And she's made these clarion calls to a lot of these agencies that, look, you cannot come to Ghana and start projects with ministries without recourse to the Ministry of Digitalization, Ministry of Communications and Digitalization. But I am hoping that these allies will make it very clear. You see, look, me personally, I interject in a lot of things that is happening. But, you know, they look at you and they're like, look, it's our money, go to hell. What are you doing here? So I'm hoping that this ally will give us the power to be able to come in and flex our muscle. I always liken this to GRA. When they come and close your shop and put a padlock and they put a poster, the one-pager, A4-pager there, one of the things they will tell you is, if you like, touch the padlock. You dare not even touch the padlock until they themselves come and unlock that padlock. That is the power of their ally. The ally is powerful. We haven't had it, and therefore it's weakened us. And once we get it, I think we can do a better job of that.
So, DJ, in effect, he's saying that we should leave the state of hope to the state of actuality. And this is the time for us to flood those portions he has made in the LI to see whether they meet all the requirements. And the legal team is there because they will also be polishing them for us. So the point is well noted. Thank you.
Yes, I've gone through, the name is Emmanuel Opoku. I work in Forestry Commission. I've gone through the information we have on the digital skills focus. And there's something that I don't know whether we are not looking at. We are always looking at the soft side of technology. What about the hardware? You know, most of the times when we have these donor agencies come to set up ICT, the infrastructure is so huge. And then at a point in time, they will hand over and go. A time comes and we need to replace them, and IGF is not able to replace them. For example, we had a project, and now all the managed Cisco switches have expired. We need to replace them, and it is nationwide. So in terms of digital skills, whereas we have people like Dr. Thomas Mensah who helped in coming up with the fiber and nanotechnology, are we trying to look at how we can build skills right from the lower grade to start looking at hardware, the hardware side of it? Thank you.
Okay. If we could pause, I'll try and answer quickly before, because by the time we finish the other, let's ask. Okay, so then please, pointing, ask your answer. Okay. Now, you see, look at today's conversation as a continuation of the previous days. Today, you see that we are looking at digital skills acquisition from a certain point of view. Yesterday and the day before, we talked about technology transfer agreement. And we made it clear that it must be mandatory that every enterprise solution and everybody providing any kind of service within the government ecosystem must have a technology transfer agreement which will have certain basic minimums. And that institution must be a beneficiary. And then NITA must also be an automatic beneficiary also named in that agreement as a beneficiary, because now those now begin to deal with your hardware skills development, because technology development transfer agreement is the way that China used to a large extent in learning and then being what it is today. So when it comes to the hard skills, you have your technology transfer agreement, you have your tertiary education and the content. Because then what happens is that accreditation board now begins to look together with the National Development Planning Authority that, look, this is based on this policy. This should be our career goals and our career paths. And therefore, these are the kind of institutions that we will give accreditation to. Right. Now, those skills, those accreditation courses will provide a certain content, okay, of digital hardware skills development. Now, I'm saying this because if we do not have that projection and the educational system aligned to it, what happens is this. When these hardware products come in here, nobody here even knows how to deal with them, right? But then what happens is that when now we are also looking at benchmarking what we are doing with international best practices and also getting international certification, because if our IT skills have the ISOs, which all other people also have, it then gives our the innovating and private sector institutions the opportunity to bid across to other sectors. One of the things I have realized is sustainability planning. Sustainability planning must form part of the process of engagement before a project starts. But a lot of times, what happens is that we are excited, wow, too. Then, after, then So what we have to do, and this is part of the change management, before you go into, as part of when you are issuing your RFP and everything, you are also developing, look, what must be a sustainability plan? That's why your research and development wing must be strong. That's why the research and development wing of NITA must be strong. Now, in the subsidiary legislation, no IT project or procurement can be done without the involvement of NITA. So what is going to happen is this, and because this is part of the policy of strengthening, of having a certain focused direction. Remember, when NITA is monitoring and implementing, it's not acting as a supra-regulator. It is dealing with a statutory function to enable the policy attainment to be achieved. The World Bank diagnostics on Ghana, it made mention of the duplication, plenty. Now, when you have NITA going through the process of vetting and having a full scope overview of the ecosystem and the IT-related projects, some of these duplications can be avoided. Because a duplication which can be avoided means that money can be used for other things. So then you get, the donor comes and he says, look, we thank you for the offer. We already have A, B, C, D. But we have another thing which we will be interested in having a discussion with you. So these are my responses.
So the sustainability thing is important, because I find that sometimes I don't know whether because we don't have money and somebody is coming to do the thing for us. Yes, we want whatever they are coming to do for us, but we must think of the long term, right? At least until your IGF can pick it up, or even when you are designing that project, you must look at how you can generate revenue from that project, right, to sustain whatever you are doing. Until that kicks in, at least get some 2 years or 3 years of licenses, pass through this agreement, hardware, until you are at a point where you can sustain it. And we must also change the mindset that every time we are waiting for someone to come and do it for us, it's not good, right? So we must look at that.
Yeah.
There's another thing that you raised. Yes, in terms of the hardware and everything, I mean, look, Ghanaians are very, very bright. Because when you go outside, it's Ghanaians who are leading some major things. We are very bright people. I'll give you a simple story. When I was a kid, I went to a bonfire and I found a watch. And I'm like, finders keepers, because at that point, I don't know who I'm going to ask to say, have you lost your watch or whatever. So I kept the watch. It was a very nice watch. I took it to Accra because it wasn't working. I took it to Accra. I took it to a well-known, I was in Kufuria at the time. So we came to Accra and I took it to a watch repairer. They're like, no, we can't do it. Then I took it back to Kufuria, to the lorry market. Some young guys sitting there. They were able to repair this watch. We are very good at reverse engineering. This Kantanka person, right? Sometimes I look at it. Why is academia not so? I don't know whether they are doing it or not. But why is academia not supporting? The man may have the talent to build the stuff. But if academia can bring the theories and everything to add to it, we can go far. Yeah. Right? We need to have our own, whether it's assembling, whether it's whatever, of these devices here. Because that's exactly what I'm saying. Accessibility also includes having a device to be able to access whatever that is. So I think we must start that. The universities can do these things. During COVID, we saw different things that these universities have done. That you can press something and water will come, you can press something and a soap will come, right? Let's encourage that. I want to put it here and today, that I am open to all the universities that wants to partner with us. If you have the technology sitting in your research lab and it's not getting the mileage, please come, engage. We'll do what we need to do and push you out there, right? Because that's the only way we are going to be able to deal with the issue you are talking about.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So is there anything in the LI looking at that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. DJ, is like, the question that I want to ask. I wanted to ask if your mother ministry has a policy whereby they open up like what the Ministry of Trade has done. Now that we have about 9 assembly companies in Ghana, they are assembly cars in Ghana. Was it last week or so, 27th of last month, they did their first automobile summits at the Accra International Conference Center. I was there, and you can see the cars that they have assembled in Ghana. So I want to know if the Young Mother Ministry has a policy. As you said, Ghanaians, we are very, very intelligent, or very bright. If the ministry has a policy whereby what the Ministry of Trade has done, we can also have companies, companies who will come and also assemble ICT equipment that we have in Ghana. Because point 4, talking about the digital lab per ratio of students, I think if the ministry have a policy whereby we can assemble this ICT equipment, it will help to resolve that issue. So I want to know if there's a policy like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So the policy, though you know that this event is focusing on our allies, we have spent a lot of time referring to the digital economy policy because they go hand in hand. Because we are supposed to implement at any point in time, whichever policy that exists. So I think the policy captures a lot of these things in terms of PPP, innovation, entrepreneurship, and all those kind of things. So we'll continue. And I know there's been, I'm aware of a Brazilian company that we were engaging to come and set shop here and build laptops and iPads and stuff. It didn't go through because of, it wasn't necessarily just the ministry dealing with it. But I think we need to encourage more of that. And hopefully, through this policy, we'll create the enabling environment for them to come. Digital labs and all that. The policy would also deal with that. But we've even gotten semblance of that happening. You've got the Accra Digital Center and what they are doing. We are also working with the Ministry of Education to build labs with them, labs for their schools through the e-Transform project. The minister has a pet project. That's Girls in ICT. That she combs the whole country and training young girls and giving them laptops. We just don't train them in coding. We give them laptops and we set up a lab, an ICT lab in that school for them so that others can. So we are doing it, but I also know that a lot of private companies are also doing this sort of things. So it's that collaboration that we are talking about. At the end of the day, Raymond said it, we are training the youth of today, for tomorrow, today, so that they can be the bastions of what we need to do in technology down the road. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. My name is Edward William Bruce-Lau. I work with National Development Planning Commission, and I'm here with another colleague, but I'll make my submissions very brief in three folds. One, the sustainability element of many of the IT projects that are running in government institutions, and also the aspects to do with the digital skills which we are discussing now, and how perhaps NDPC can work with NITA. We would like NITA on board so that we can take care of this, because at the moment we've started having a national human capital development strategy. We've had our first stakeholder engagements. I'm not sure I saw NITA there, but these discussions that we are having should sort of find their way in that national human capital development strategy, because in the long-term vision of Ghana, targeting 2057, we see the critical importance of ICT driving many of the things that we are doing, even transforming the way we work. And it will be good to have these skills captured in the National Human Capital Development Strategy, because it's the backbone for us achieving that goals that we've set for ourselves in the Vision 2057 document. Now, on the sustainability element of IT projects, I'll use Smart Workplace as an example because it's a laudable product, IT solution. But then I want to find out the proprietary nature of that software, whether we cannot, as a country, build our own smart workplace without relying on SharePoint 360, because many government institutions find themselves in a situation where they are not generating revenue, or even if they are generating not enough, we are always in losses. So if we are talking about sustainability, when I schooled in UK, in the institution that I worked with, we had a similar system like Smart Workplace for leave applications, for ordering transport, doing all of those things. But this system was built in-house. So you weren't relying on any third party or any these things to be paying licenses, and all of government's revenue going to an offshore account for that country to be the biggest beneficiary. We need to be thinking of in-house, because sustainability is still a question. NDPC went on Smart Workplace, I think sometime 2014. We couldn't sustain. This was even before it was all rolled out, and we took ourselves off because it wasn't sustainable to keep the licenses. I'm asking myself, don't we have brilliant minds, brilliant developers in country to be able to build all the things that Smart Workplace is able to do and roll it out for all government institutions to use? The benefit of a product like Smart Workplace is when updates happen, they are done on a regular basis and you benefit from those updates. But we are not, I don't think we are there yet as a country. The other alternative is to look at institutions that are generating revenue for running government business. How can their finances that they are generating support a system like this to be rolled out for the benefit of those that do not generate revenue? So I believe those discussions should be at a higher level, a very, very higher level, where SOEs, a portion of whatever they are generating, comes to support either SOEs and then subvented government institutions, comes to support those that are not generating revenue, like those perhaps whose work or their mandates are critical for government business to be run, for the benefit of even private sector. So that discussion has to be had at a higher level. And then the last point is about connectivity. I believe with NITA's functions and that of GIFIC, we should be focusing a lot of our energies on making sure that every nook and cranny of this country at least has the bandwidth speed to access government services or submit things like send emails. When we are able to do this, a lot of the things that we are hoping to be able to benefit, and this LI supporting, we can achieve that. But if we can't make sure that every nook and cranny of this country has connectivity, then most of the things we are talking about will not be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, at least since I've been in the role, I've had one or two interventions with NDCP, but we'll continue to. So that in terms of the human capital training, we're doing stuff with, there's a program that they teach here in Kofi Annan called DigiSmart. So most government institutions, there are 3 categories, tier 1, mid-level, and senior level. So we are training them. And I think we'll make available that information, if nothing at all, statistics of that. Minister mentioned Oracle collaboration. There's a slew of training that Oracle is bringing. They are just bringing a whole slew of training for us as part of that intervention. So again, we will touch base and let you have that. We do similar with Microsoft. Last year, those who NITA put some certification programs on our site, people came, they were trained, and all you had to do is just go pay for the test and get a certificate. So that is happening. Now, you mentioned Smart Workplace. Now, I'm proud to say that Smart Workplace is a Ghanaian innovation, though they are leveraging on Microsoft technologies. Now, again, this morning I was having this very same conversation with the gentleman from University of Ghana. Kofi Annan, for those who know or may not know, have actually developed an operating system. They call it Nyansapo. Now, we need to try and let people see, first and foremost, test the efficacy of the product. We just don't want to be putting any product out there, but test the efficacy of the product. If it's good, why not? Why can we not use it? So for me, I am saying, and my doors are open to anybody who has anything that he thinks or she thinks could be beneficiary to the country. We then look at it and we mobilize it for use. Kofi Annan has been developing ERPs and all that. So we need to do that. And if there's anybody here, whether it's a private institution that have something, let us know. We are also adopting with UN open source product for good, right? For good of society. So there are products that they are developing. We also must develop products and put it out there so that globally we all share. So those are the things that I would like to say. Fine. We've leveraged Microsoft, and we have an agreement with Microsoft which gives us a very low pricing. However, if something else is good enough, and we can all say that it can do what we need it to do. Right now, we are onboarding people on Smart Workplace and not asking them for a PESWA, but we've got to pay for it. Yesterday, I mentioned it that product is in jeopardy if we don't find ways to pay for it. So that's a conversation I'm having with the Ministry of Finance to probably take bits and pieces from the goods and services of the ministries to pay for it. At least there's a viable alternative. Raymond mentioned today that if we are using our own private emails, once we go on pension, we have taken a whole lot of information away and it's gone. But at least if you are using a government email, we can reassign the account and the information can come back to whoever that has taken over that position. So it's a journey. It's a journey, and we must all work together to get there. So thank you.
Thank you. If I could just say something small. The points you raised are very legitimate. Developing from our own spheres is also very important. In fact, from 2003, there's been this quiet discussion about open source and proprietary. We've been doing swing low, swing chariot, and when you are looking at it at the micro level, where you as an individual are looking at it, you have a different view of open source because the community behind which deals with you as an individual, your needs, you don't have to worry. But when you are looking at open source application resting on a national infrastructure, there are so many other things which you have to look at. It would appear in the several discussions that we have been having with different sector players that every sector player understands that the open source is good. But the underlying things which also would make that, because you have to have people who will be writing, who will be doing security, because after the hackers, when we sleep, somehow they don't know how to sleep. So you see that the AU, for me, I believe that the AU would have to develop a certain open source community, which all African IT-related will be contributing towards. And when we get that going, you will discover that we'll have a solid base and ecosystem participants to enable them, whatever we are doing, we'll build on it and to save us collectively as a continent on license fees. If you look at this Android, okay? Android is an open source base. You give it to the different companies and then they can also do their own flavors, right? So what happens is that, but you will see that even with Android, you see that they also have a community who are not necessarily Google players, but who also contribute towards its growth. You will see the importance of community when you see the effort of Samsung and all these other telcos who thought they could build their own app shops, right, and outcompete Google. You see that if you are not getting that community of writers, it becomes very difficult. So you will see that when Huawei said it was going to create its own community, it invested millions in trying to get an interest in a certain community. So if we look at open source adoption also from the AU point of view, yes, and then work on that, I think that it will help all of us.
Hi.
Yeah, okay, yes. In fact, this, yes, we have to look at an open source forum under the statute that is true.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Timothy Ozu. I'm quite a special person, but I'll tell you exactly why I'm here today. I'm here because of what you're doing. I've been in this tech industry in Ghana for the last 20 years. Actually been hiding. Why? Because I've been creating, and that's the major thing. Sorry. So once I was listening to what you're saying, because I've had the experience over the years, locally and internationally, But I grew up locally, and I've done a lot of work locally and across the region. I'm a consultant for Olam, I'm a consultant for Trasaco, I'm a consultant for about 50 schools across the country. In 2013, I got a call to come and look at a system for the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. So I got a call to...
With microphone, eh?
I'm sorry. So I got a call to come and look at a system that the Accra Metropolitan Assembly was using back then. It was just a call. I was sleeping, I was broke. But then I was running a company then. I was running 2 major companies. But I've come to realize that the skills don't come with just sitting in a classroom and going through all these things. It comes with a challenge. And without the challenge, we will not grow. I have a company called Ikolilu, and our focus is on education. And what we've done over the years is that we've been able to, get private schools to organize their data for machine learning. I'm writing a document on artificial intelligence. Be observed or get observed whilst you sleep. Something I'll publish maybe in about an hour or so. With all that is happening, what I think is really important are CEOs that have tenacity, CEOs that have discipline. Because without the discipline and the tenacity, technology is not easy. I can assure you, you will give up. Technology? No, let nobody lie to you. It is not an easy environment. And like you were saying, you were talking about the fact that if you don't have the money, yes, if you don't have the money, somebody will bring in their own infrastructure. Somebody will bring in their software. Personally, I've worked with about 150 people. I've trained a lot of people with my own money, with my own budget. I did some work for KMA and all the national service people who were there. I trained them with my own money, personally. I do this because I realized we lack people who have the knowledge in order to help. You mentioned something. See, that's why I feel your pain. You mentioned something about delay in the transition, which is true. This we're talking about is 10 years ago issue. It's not today. It's 10 years ago. I mean, we're talking about something that I was thinking about 10 years or 15 years ago. We put together a system that could put all the local governments on one centralized system. Can be monitored, checked, everything. Payments can be done, but it's politics is another matter. So let's put that one on the side. But as individuals, what are we doing? Like I said, I feel the pain too. But as individuals, what are we doing? It's a painful journey for Ghanaians because there are first economic issues that an individual has to deal with. You don't expect somebody who is struggling to, get up and continuously come and sit in a classroom or continuously provide something. No, they cannot do it. They need a certain level of support. But that certain level of support must also come with some certain level of sustainability. So it's very, very important that we understand how the human beings who are going to manage the process themselves. Generally, I don't have a certificate. I dropped out of university. And I'll tell you why. I dropped out because I'm an avid learner. I learn every day. Recently, I decided to help some Israeli company recruit students in tech. I train technology guys. I am a solid technology guy. I can't lie to you. I've been in it for like 20 years. All the way from the maths to the science to everything that comes with it. I've built these systems myself. And I've trained people to also go ahead and build these. The systems we have that we've given to our clients are owned by us. We didn't leverage on any, no. All the systems we created it by ourselves. But it took us a lot of time. It means that it was going to take us a lot more time. So the faster we push these things through and centralize the conversation, the better our chances of surviving in the next 10 years. Because we are already late. Already. Every day that passes, the amount of data the data is growing exponentially. And that is the funny thing about the data. People are not really looking at it. I'll give you a small story. So we were able to organize ourselves to bring together about 100 schools. And then COVID strikes. Whoa. I mean, which businessman is thinking about these things? Like, you never expect such things to happen. So once COVID strikes, it means that it's a new challenge. What do? We immediately put ourselves together, create e-learning infrastructure of platforms in order for us to continuously provide these services. And this is how it is. Without the challenges there is no way we can build the skills that we are looking for. That is the first thing. Apart from that, we as the people who want to create whatever we want to create, we need to learn. Oh my God, it's just crazy. It is a painful, listen, it's so painful to grow, it's so painful that it requires so much learning, and on daily basis, you think of machine learning. When you look at machine learning generally, there are only three types, or ways for which machines are learning. They are learning based on supervised methods of learning, which is the one we normally do. We teach you how to go and do something, so you do the same thing. It's like that. And then there are semi-supervised learning. But what is critical is the reinforcement learning. So for example, if you're building a legal framework that will rely on, or that will ride on IT infrastructure, then what we have to think about is that it has to be based on supervised, reinforcement learning. Because what you know today, no, it's gone. So I only came in here to put in my contribution as part of what I can help NITA or Ghana to do. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Listen, I appreciate where he's coming from. I have a thing that I live by. The day I stop learning, that's the day I die, because you are not relevant. And I think throughout the 2 days, I've been talking about this. Career development is not necessarily the job of your employer, but majority of it is also up to you. You know, I talk about young people having these they have the data and they are going to these sites to create videos and all that. Go to a site and learn something that could be useful to you. So my brother, thank you so much for coming. But I also want to put it out here today. The things that we are going to do at NITA cannot do it alone. I am prepared to partner with any private company that knows what it's about, that knows what it's doing, for us to be able to do the job together. I believe in PPP. I don't want the PPP that cheats government. I want a PPP that is fair, because we can't go it alone. We can't do it alone. I don't have the staff to audit every government agency. But I am prepared to work with a private company. We'll obviously sit down, we'll assess you, we know what we'll give you the checklist, and then we'll partner to do that. You make some small money, we make some money. Some of these things that we do, we don't even charge, right? But eventually, we are creating an environment for all of us to participate in the ecosystem. So thank you very much. And I truly mean that when I say my door is open to anybody who is willing to come and work with us. So thank you very much.
My name is Albert Guluche, coming from Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. I am coming with a view that it is a very good stakeholders program engagement organized. Can I propose if NITA can also take this one up, developing the employment center, whereby all the people who have the skills, nurses, teachers, are being controlled by NITA. If you have finished school with your skills, go and register. When you register, they need about 1,000 teachers. Quickly, you pull out the people who registered and submit it to them. They need cleaners. Cleaners also have their way of inputting. Quickly, you have the data for cleaners, you send it to them. Then you control all the employment in the country. Based on that, fine, somebody who has done accounting will not be sent to a place to go and handle procurement or handle ICT. The person, you have the data for the skills for accountants already, ICT already, so that we know that we are in the line. There's sustainability that we are talking about. The person has a passion for it, to know that this is my lifetime job, and I have the skills to do it. Based on that, I think we can move forward. And when we come to labor inspections, when you go to China, they have a system that you sit at home. When somebody is working at Coca-Cola, whatever is going on, they are monitoring it. Quickly, you don't need anybody to run down to Coca-Cola to know what is going on there. And the complaint system and everything is put in place. So I think if we can take up all these ones, and we think as a country, we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can be everything, but we can collaborate with the other ministries to do whatever we need to do. But interestingly, what you mentioned, those who have heard of Ghana.gov, now there's a mobile app of Ghana.gov, which we are currently piloting. Actually, it's on the Google Play Store and the Apple sites. You can download it and test it. All you need to use is your Ghana card, and you are good to go. We are testing it. We are putting it in a pilot stage. But what that application is going to do is not that. Not only can you pay your taxes through that, just as Ghana.gov allows you to. If you are a citizen and you are walking around and you see that electricity pole has fallen, you can actually use that app, take a picture, it will be geotagged, and the local assembly that is responsible for it will be informed, and they will take care of it. The same with water. Even government employment, all government employment or vacancies will be put on there as well, so that we know what is going on, and then we can do the whole kind of use it to assist in that. So please, we are getting there, but Rome was not built in a day, but we'll get there in kakra. If I try to get into employment, your ministry will come and tell me, what is your locus here? We are working with them, and they would put the adverts there, and we'll make sure everybody is fine.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Apia Kusibuatin.
There was a point you made that China, if someone is sitting there and monitoring something at Coca-Cola, are you encouraging us to do industrial espionage or something? Is that you want NITA to be monitoring? Okay, to monitor. Yes. Oh. So yes.
Can use those apps.
Sure. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to get that clarity. Thank you.
Thanks. My name is Apia Kusibuatin from Ghana Statistical Service. Since yesterday and today, I must confess that I'm happy working with Statistical Service because of what we are doing and what you've actually seen. For evidence sake, and for you to be in line with what the moderator said, the URL is there. Visit our website. You may be so amazed of the work that we've done, ranging from indicators, tabulations, and microdata. Yesterday we talked about the open data issue. It is there in our place. Anything that you want, just visit the website. The 10% microdata is there. You can even extract. If the system is so slow, we have some tables in PDF. Currently, we are converting them into HTML. That will be lighter for you to download. And you will see what we are actually doing. Thank you for not me blowing my trumpet, but you've seen our deeds, and we are working, and we work for Ghana. Okay, for today's issue, we talk about the change management. This is just a proposition, because last time I was reading around the Forbes magazine, and it was talking about 7 critical policies. So I think I'm trying to bring it out to see if you can also include it in the LI. I'm happy that the first three, change management, is there. And service management policy is also there, and the IT security policy is there as a broad topic. You also mentioned of data governance. It's a policy, but as far as I'm concerned, it is a sub-policy under data management policy to guide our data files, our documentation, and those things. And followed it up, we also have enterprise architecture policy. I've already mentioned of data management, that is included. Then asset management and purchasing management. I think we have to delve into it. I have the diagram to see if we can actually include it. Because now we are in the era of digitalization. If you are to go into the cloud, this is what should be guided. And I think as our industry is growing, we have various governmental issues. We are not only confided in this ecosystem, we have other issues. Eventually, you may be embraced with one of these policies. So that is what I have to say. And secondly, who develops the policies? That is one issue. I am thinking NITA should take the lead. Come out with the generic policies, distribute them to our various agencies. As at now, I'm confronted with coming out with data management policy. Assuming NITA has it, it's just a matter of requesting it and mimic it to suit our goals and objectives or our policies. I can bet you, as I was struggling with my policy, my wife too was struggling with another policy from where she's working about data records administrative policy. So I had to extract something for her, take it to the office, and later she was referred to the mother agency, the PRAD. Last 3 days, we went there, I dropped her there. This morning, on our way coming, she had a call that she should come. There's a draft of it. So in order for us, as you are governing us, you are managing us, and you are implementing our issues, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to struggle in vain, revel in chaos. And it will make your work easier, because this is a template. I'll just pick it and mimic it and move along. So what I'm saying is, let's think about the 7 critical policies and see how NITA can come out with the framework, and we all move along with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Very, very insightful points you've made. Thank you. I know NITA and Data Protection, which is a sister agency, has worked with statistical services quite closely. And as we speak, it's not as if there's nothing there. Everything is talked about. I'm going to point you to where they are, right? So maybe it's there, you don't know where it is. There's a data governance policy, which, like you said, is a subset of the data management stuff. There's also an AI strategy, which both these documents are currently on the minister's desk for her to look, and we will disseminate once she finishes with that. And I know statistical services, you've been part of it. You've been working with Patricia Edusei-Poku on that. So kudos to you for the work that you are doing. Now, the policies you talked about, we have an enterprise architecture and interoperability policy. In fact, we've had many workshops on it. We are going to still do further workshop because this was introduced some time ago. And, you know, as usual, People didn't take it seriously. We've pleaded with the World Bank. We've gone to the donor agency again, and they've given us money to review it, and we've come back with a new thing. It's been shared. We've done several workshops where we're going to do a last workshop, and then. So the enterprise policy is there. We work closely with PRAD. If you go on our website, the data management thing that you're talking about, I mean, PRAD, that's PRAD's main business. You see, so for me, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. If there's somebody there who is an expert in that area, we adopt it. So kindly look on our website. Pretty much most of the policies you talked about, they are there. They are there. So please look on the website. That's what I want to say. All the policies you mentioned, one way or the other, they are there. Yeah, thank you.
The digital approach that was adopted to invite participants should be looked at, so that, because you can see that we've got a lot of participants coming from the ministry who might not have been at your other workshops. So we need to systematize the way that we create a database for participants, and I think it will help. Indeed, all these documents, as I say, are there. The enterprise architecture framework, which is being reviewed, and it needs to be looked at again.
And if I could just add, you see that as part of the subsidiary legislation and the primary act, you see that gazette notification is part of the vehicles that can be used to disseminate information. In fact, one of the things that we have to also look at, and it's also part of the policy recommendation and the LI, is creating this e-gazette, which is also dedicated to information technology things. And then NITA publishes these things out. What then will happen will be that every consultant, because a gazette publication is noticed to the world, then every consultant has access to all these things and makes sure that its designs are consistent with these things for the public sector. When it comes to NITA monitoring the government sector, the issues of NITA will come out with certain templates which all across the public sector, all public sector entities will have to comply with. Then they will also fine-tune those templates to their various statutory mandates. So you see that there will be minimum content, mandatory content, and then they do their infillings.
So the other thing that, for all of us, I recently had a session with Prof. Diodu from Ghana Standards Authority, who came to speak to us. And I learned something from that day. I thought I had to create my own standards and da-da-da-da-da. He's like, listen, we belong to an international community. So if currently we now know that the EU has come up with an AI regulation, he said you can take that, hook, line, and sinker, and adopt that. However, if there are nuances that pertains to Ghana, that's when you bring guidelines to fix that problem. So that was like a bright light that went off for me, because we haven't been doing regulations for a while, and we are also trying to shape ourselves to do this job that 2 years ago, Minister is like, take over and focus on your mandate. So it helps. So if you see some international, we will put them on our website as well, and make the modifications that we need to make as well when it gets to that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So we have the last two, and then we go on break.
My name is Eric Igan. I'm with the Judicial Service of Ghana as a senior software engineer. I firstly want to commend NITA for everything you are doing. And it's an extensive job that has been done so far. I, however, have a few suggestions to make. So firstly, today we're talking about digital skills. I think it is also important to alert the drafters of the LI to build into the very fabric of the LI structures or measures that will help curb the issue of brain drain in the industry. So DJ mentioned, for instance, that when you go outside the country, there are very bright Ghanaians doing marvelous things outside the country. So I think, and then in other sectors, like the health sector, etc., are already suffering this issue of brain drain in a very, very serious manner. I think that this stakeholders forum or conference presents us with a great opportunity to, put our minds together, our heads together, to put in measures, that would, in our own industry, in our own small way, help us to curb this situation before it gets out of hand. Now, in talking about that, I would also want to quickly chip in the fact that NITA, as a regulatory body, should be mindful of the fact that, just like lawyer Raymond Kujo said, it isn't a super organization or agency, etc. Because the temptation of thinking that we have the best guys, so you would always have to fall on us to do things is very high, But we have some of these MMDAs have equally great guys. So, like DJ already talked about, let's talk more about collaborations. Other countries, in other jurisdictions, they have really leveraged on things like this to come up with very great things. So I think we can do the same. Now, I also want to draw attention to the fact that in crafting our LI, let's also not forget about the fact that it's one thing to lean towards wanting to manage or maintain systems that donors come either to help us to build or come and dump on us. It's one thing to want to do that. Beyond that, we can also be looking at how to, again, like DJ said, reverse engineer some of these systems and come out with our own product. So we can equally build these structures into the SLAs that we sign with these solution providers brought in by the donors. In countries like South Korea, they would ask these solution providers to work with them for a period of time. So let's say 6 years, 10 years, and within this 10-year period, there's just one goal. You would teach our guys to be able to create the same system. And after that, this is the interesting thing, after that, we would actually put in structures to stop using yours and start using ours. So South Korea, WhatsApp is not as famous as Kakao Talk because that is a platform that they built with their own guys. And these things have security implications. So that is also something we should take note of. Then, I think from what DJ said, NITA is doing so much trying to bring down the trainings that they get as benefits from all of these arrangements they have with Microsoft, Oracle, and all of that. So on the equality side, you are doing great. But beyond equality, I also want us to pay attention to equity in the sense that going abroad to train can never be compared to training here in Ghana. So when NITA works with some of these big guys, and then there are training benefits, NITA shouldn't take the position of, we'll push our guys to go and do the training outside. When they come, they'll come and train your guys. It is never the same. It can be an equal opportunity you are giving us, but in terms of equity, it isn't at all. I remember years ago, we had a program with NITA and 80 to 90% of the people in the room had this concern. That, okay, so NITA wants to have the power to buy licenses and all of that. When the training packages come, what happens to that? No one answered that question in the room. Years down the line, what happened? NITA had the opportunity to send some of his staff outside to train. I don't think all of those guys are still working with NITA as we speak. So if the opportunity is not made equitable, now when that guy gets the opportunity, a better opportunity, and he leaves, you're going to fall on the one who had to be trained locally to do the work that he went for a training abroad, to come and do. So let's be mindful of that. And then finally, on the issue of change management, I also want to quickly say that we ought to be mindful of the variety of organizational cultures we have in crafting whatever we are doing, because things are in the same. Levels of approvals are in the same across board, okay? So that if you want us to get something done within a specific frame of time, you want to be mindful of the fact that maybe institution A will need approval from so. In our case, where we happen to be a third arm of government, things are done quite differently. So you wouldn't want to put pressure on individuals there to get things done in the manner that someone in a different MMDA will get things done. So these are a few suggestions.
You see, we are getting old, and the questions compounded. I've forgotten some of the things that I wanted to say. But I think everything you said is well noted. Thank you very much. I won't even try and answer them, but I think it's well noted, and we take that on board. Thank you very much for the input, solid input.
So the major point he made is the class of CIOs. The class of CIOs. And that is very important. It's long overdue, because I saw Kakra. Is Kakra still around? Yes. These are all people who have worked in various MDAs and who able to bring their input. So that is also it has been taken care of in the both policy and also the regulations. Yes, because we need that class of CIOs, their career path, their training processes, so that it will be regulated by NITA to help that class to grow. Yeah.
To start the CIO group forum, so that we can bring CIOs together. You guys can be advising on No. He was an individual. He will start the process. Oh, of course it's here. I'm telling you, before you start it, bring other MDAs together, right? Because this is something I said when I was in finance students, right? That we should have. I would appreciate a group, and I go to them, but let's formalize it as a one of the forums that we identified yesterday.
It's like a knowledge-based think tank.
Yes. So yeah. You guys will say we can meet once a month, once or whatever, and you can direct. Have you looked at this? Have you looked? Because I'm open to look at that, and we can all make, the industry better.
And so you see that. Now you see that intentional policy posture and implementation posture is one of the things that he talked about. You see that the goal of, and you see that this is the way the Asian countries have basically adopted the things. I mean, the leverage on technology transfer agreement with a plan and a strategy to ensure that by the end of the period, knowledge would have been transferred, which will mean that within the technology transfer agreement, there were parameters measurable, which could be monitored. And then by the time the period comes to an end, before the person providing the service will be discharged, those parameters would all have been confirmed to have been fulfilled. Then it will mean that the ecosystem has that local capacity at worst to do the same thing. Now, within that software licensing and how, because you see, when somebody is coming to see you to sell a product, that is when you are strongest. And so if you have done your research and you know what you want, That is when you can dictate what you want, and the person. So now, when we have intentional creation of our local entities, because you see that apart in Asia, all the they took Uber there, then the Asians did their own Uber. Everything you take there, even the mobile phones, they have their own operating OS, and it is for export that they are using Google, right? So you see that we need to have that intentional this and that. Look, we are going to use technology transfer agreements in a certain way to build our local capacity, and we'll give our local entities the advantage and the opportunity to grow. Listen, there is no degree that or knowledge that we don't have the equivalent sitting in here. And within the public sector, every consultant that comes here, some of his degrees in the public sector. So we must now begin to look at forming that knowledge base within the public sector, and then using that knowledge base to grow and develop this thing. And then that collaboration between the private sector and the public sector, because what happens is this: some of the public sector solutions can be the subject matter of discussion at some of these fora activities. And then use opportunity given to the private sector through PPAs to have certain discussions for certain solutions to be.
Okay, Mr.
Sorry, is there another question?
Yes,
Sorry,
there's one last
second.
question.
I think the brain drain thing, I wanted to say something about that. I'm currently talking to a company that wants to come and train our people, because they serve the Middle East, Asia market, and they don't have enough technical people to do the work. The Russia-Ukraine war is actually causing a major technology drought or technical drought in the system. So they are coming. But one of the things, and I don't know whether you can put it in here, now I don't believe that as a technical person, you should get up and go and live abroad. You can live here and make dollars. It's happening now. It's happening now. Because when you go there, your degree, they will not recognize it. Let me tell you for a fact. So anybody who feels they want to go, you are probably a senior engineer here. You go there, they don't recognize Legon, your degree. They don't recognize Tech, your degree. You have to go and get yourself involved. All that is time. And your friends here that you've left, they are progressing. But now, COVID has made it possible for you to sit in Ghana, have a relationship with an international company, develop for them, and they will pay you dollars. All right? But Raymond, is this something that we can capture that? If you are going to take an expert outside, Ghana must have maybe a portion of the salary, or I don't know.
You see that your conditions, the conditions of engagement of some of these, but you, sorry, let's have the.
Okay, but while he speaks, lunch has been ready for like the past 30 minutes, and it's getting cold. So we have to try and be brief. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Israel Edem Agbegbo. I'm the General Secretary of Telecom and IT Professionals Union. So coming from labor side. First of all, I'd like to know from NITA, are you regulating only public sector, or is both public sector and private sector? First question. Second question is, we have NCA, and then we have Ghana Institute of Engineers. These institutions are also governed by allies. What are you making sure that your ally does not conflict with theirs, or what is going to be your role? Are you going to make sure that they are not conflicting, or what is your role in this regard? Because we know that the NCA is the one regulating all the telcos. Of course, they are the one driving the technology. So we would like to know what's your role in there. Are you going to be at the top in terms of the structure, or they will be under NITA or NCA? Question number 3. I hear a lot of my colleagues have already spoken about the grading or a brain drain. Do you have a grading structure, or are you going to create a grading structure? For instance, somebody has CCNA, CCMP. How will that person, or how is that person supposed to be treated? Not because he's in private sector, so he should be paid this, or not because he's in public sector, he should be paid this. Mind you, we have a lot of expats coming to this country on certain salary level. Meanwhile, maybe our colleagues, I'm coming from labor, so, and it's more about workers' consent. So this is what I'm talking. So you have the same, working in the same area. Probably your skill is even better, but you realize that the salary is paid on this. So we want this kind of structure, grading system, where we can, peg these things. Now, my fourth suggestion is, from what I've heard, the role is going to be a big task. And I want to suggest you bring on board other institutions, civil societies, IPPGH, even the trade unions, so that you delegate certain arms of the responsibility to them, particularly when it comes to licensing, probably the workers, because it helps you have an organized control. You can't do it alone. But with such people who are already in the system, even our union or trade unions, we negotiate for CAs, collective agreement, that should be able to help us input those things so that you'll be able to collect your licensing fees. It becomes legal and binding. So we want you to open the door for labor and then other institutions to come on board. Thank you.
So I made a promise I won't talk to
Yes.
go and eat and come, so that, because our food is cold, 30 minutes cold food. I should talk. Okay. Yes, basically, what we said, the NITA LI flows from the Act 771 and 772. Now, NCA's primary legislation and NCA's regulatory functions under its primary legislation, this subsidiary legislation doesn't cross carpet into NCA. They also have a collaborative relationship because technology is convergent in nature. Then also, you will see that, like we explained, there are certain things which are covered by other laws. Primarily, the issue about labor, the issue about remuneration, the issue about equal work for equal pay under the Labor Act will not be the subject matter of crossover under the subsidiary legislation of NITA. Now, a lot of the things also which relate to forum, industry forum activities. So you see that the trade unions can also create an industry forum. Okay. And then what happens is that the conversation at industry forum level then is done with NITA. Now, in that discussion, some of the things which relate to other institutions would also then be invited in that industry forum discussion. And then we move the process on gradually.
Yes.
Okay, please, just a clarification. I'm saying this because we've had instances where we are trying to bring together or resolve issues and then we are stuck. You realize that you go to NCA tells you that my role is to issue license and make sure that the telcos probably just work within spectrum, the devices for only the devices. How about the skill? What skill do you need to manage a server? What skill do you need to be back office engineer? Now, in that space, because those equipment, you are saying that this equipment is probably ISO standard this. What qualification does that person, at which I'm clear, NITA is responsible for the licensing of, or the new LI is to address that?
Just hold on, I get what you're saying. Remember, get one thing right. The NITA Act doesn't make NITA a professional registering and certifying body in the same way that the Institute of Accountancy, the General Legal Counsel, right? But within the context of its regulation, it can set standards and say that to qualify for this, you must have this kind of qualification. If you are applying for a license, similar to the NCA, if you're applying for a license to deal with spectrum or whatever, the skills that you would need to make sure that so NITA will be operating similarly. Yeah. But then when it comes to IT certification, to say that without our certification you can't work, the ETA and the NITA Act doesn't give NITA that statutory.
Who is in the ecosystem. We do not want people to come in pretending that they have the right qualifications that they don't. We live in this country where we've had imposters in SNET claiming to be doctors, having degree, PhD in ICT. So we want to, as he said, we have a leverage to register people. If you do not register, trust me, if you go to PPA to bid for a government contract, they ask you for your GRA documents, they ask you for your RGD documents. One of the things they will ask you for, because that arrangement is already ongoing, they will ask you for your NITA certificate. It is important that we do that so that we know who is in the ecosystem, what you are doing in the ecosystem, and so on and so forth. So in terms of the thing you're talking about, there's the ICT class. We talked about it yesterday, which is already in place, that the minister is pushing to actually get it going. It's been around for a while, where there are grading structures based on your qualification. So if you enter the public service as an IT person, you know exactly where you begin and you know exactly where you end. So that is there.
Yes, that's my question. My question is, if I'm coming to NITA to be certified...
Can we? Okay.
If I'm coming to NITA to be certified...
We can take some of these things offline. But
yes, if I'm coming to NITA to be certified as an IT person, and I have all these... Do you have a grading system? So NITA certification, what is it just... They will just... It's a broad certificate a general certificate for everybody, or there's a class that you say, this person, you have this, and because they are now coming to you for your certification. Probably, I'm sure they will bring other certification to show that they are competent, or they will go through certain...
Let's have a conversation and let's explain that to you. Because there's a process that we go through. For example, if cybersecurity has given you a certificate, we work with cybersecurity and we'll waive that off because maybe that skill that you have has already been. So we don't want to overburden you. If you have a Cisco, so there's a process that we are working with. So we can explain that to you a bit better.
That was
in the absence of the lunch getting cold, I can...
That's where I'm coming
from,
problem, actually.
No problem.
Right, thank you.
But I think we should all... Let's not be funny about the registration. The registration is 20 cedis. I put 200 Ghana cedis there because the process I go through to even issue a certificate is more than 20 cedis. But when it went to Parliament, fees and charges, they reduced it to 20 cedis. I think it's important that we know the ecosystem, who is in the ecosystem. It's very important. There are people sitting in their bedrooms today, ordering servers and machines, and they are selling it, and no recourse for any complaint mechanism and stuff. And we are also losing valuable revenue to GRA because they don't go through the process. Everything I do, I just don't do it for NITA. I look at the bigger picture. We must always look at the revenue implications of this, and that is why we want to register ICT professionals. It's not by force. Don't register, but you will never bid for a government contract.
Yes, so that is where my question, where about the expatriate? You see, I want clarification on this. I represent labor. If I'm speaking to my
can we take
community
this
of
offline?
Workers,
okay.
I need to know.
We don't have we don't have a microwave to warm the food. Okay, so please let's give a round of applause for Mr. Raymond Kujo and DG. So without saying much, I'd like to say we have to move out for lunch, and we'll come back for presentations on what we've done so far. Thank you very much. We are supposed to get here by 2:40. next session about the presentation of the various recommendations. So, Lawyer, over to you, please.
Thank you. Yes, basically, all the discussions we have been having are around Act 771 and Act 772. In Act 771, one of the areas that we discuss is NITA's monitoring and implementation role vis-a-vis the ICT policy. Now, Act 771, the roles which it gave NITA outside monitoring and implementation, and Act 772, the regulatory rules that it also gave NITA, are also based on the ICT policy, but areas within the national ICT policy for which regulation is required, and certain statutory interventions are also required. Now, you see, therefore, that in everything that we do along Act 771 and Act 772, the policy is central. Now, at the heart of the policy are the pillars which support it, and there are 5 basic pillars: the digital government pillar, the digital skills pillar, the digital entrepreneurs pillar, the data and emerging technologies pillar, and then the universal access and connectivity pillar. Now, these are 5 pillars which are they all have interrelationships and all aggregate towards ensuring that we have a good digital economic policy rollout working. So you will discover that if you move one pillar out, the quality of what we'll get at the center will change. If any one pillar is weak, the quality of what we'll get at the center will be different. Now, in the outer circle, you will then get the different areas of maturity. We will discover that there's 2 things about technology. First thing about technology is that it's never static. So there was a time when people could almost take a bet that Nokia will forever be Nokia. And that was before the smartphone came up. I think Nokia then was capturing, it was able to capture, I think, 30% or so of the then mobile phone market. Now, but when the smartphone came, and Google, I think Google came with this phone, is it Nexus? And it wasn't received with such global enthusiasm as the iPhone was received. And Google took a smart decision of making that operating system available to all other phone users, and that's those phone users who took advantage began to have transformation benefits, and Samsung was one of those who took advantage of it and then began to grow by leaps and bounds. So what then happened is this: within that transition from 2003, you will have different areas maturing more and faster than different sectors. So you will discover that in the pillar wheel, the areas which are in color black are more matured than the areas which are in the color brown. So now transitioning into this second phase of National Digital Economic Policy, which will be launched shortly, you will see that these 5 pillars have identified us at the current time some of the areas which are mature vis-a-vis the areas which are soft. So our conversations through the 9 focus groups conversation all have different impacting implications on the 5 pillars, and then also on the areas of the areas at different stages of maturity. So what we are looking at today is now we are coming to see what the full picture really looks like. Next slide, please. So we look at the government sector digitalization ecosystem, and these are summaries of some of the discussions and suggestions that came out of it. What we do is we look at the 5 pillars, that's the core areas, and we'll see that these capture different discussions which impact on these 5 core pillars within the government sector digitalization ecosystem. Because government, digital government, digital skill is also relevant to the government sector. Digital entrepreneurship is also the new phase which government must also be looking at within the government ecosystem. We must be looking at internal revenue, internal generated revenue, how we can leverage on technology to generate more resources for the government ecosystem. So that is the digital entrepreneurship within the government ecosystem. Then we also have data and emerging technologies, which also the government sector must look at. Then you also have universal access and connectivity, because e-government services is dependent on that. Then we go to the next slide. Then you see that our discussions also impacted on the areas which have different levels of maturity. And one of the things that came out is there's a need also for us to do this gap analysis and then see where we are, where we ought to be, and what are the policy goals. And then that also informs the kind of further policies or requirements that we have to put in place by way of design or by way of making skills development, skills training, and other interventions, and the protocols that we have to put in place in both the open and mature focus areas. So then we go to the next sector, next slide, and that also deals with the regulatory matrix groups. You will see one more time, in each of the sectors, we always have to look at how what we're saying impacts first on the 5 pillars. Because if what we are saying, we are not able to address all the 5, then we are going to go into the next stage with a limping product. So these are based on the different conversations and suggestions that came up. These are things which we believe that within the regulators' ecosystem and the matrices, Ghana's statistical service is extremely important, because matrix generation is a science, and it is a science of monitoring by numbers and digits to have a sense in real terms of where we are going, and the rate at which we are going. So let's go to the next slide. So you see that also this issue of gap analysis always talks about research, because whenever you see gap analysis, you must be looking at, it's another word for research, where we are going to, where we'll be, what we have to do in order to bridge that gap. And you see that whatever we are doing looks at the 5 pillars, then it looks at the soft and the mature areas which are in place at a given time. Now, because of the impact of new technology, you see that mature areas never remain static, because what happens will be that new technology will bring new opportunities in those areas, and we have to begin to scale up those areas also. So next slide. So then we also have the open data, and you see one more time that the open data also feeds into all these 5 pillars. So you begin to see that technology, the convergent nature of technology results in you being able to see it and it to have a presence in every area. And then you tweak it towards the area that you believe that you want to have the impact felt. So you see that within the open data ecosystem, there are also recommendations which were made for the 5 pillars. Next slide. Then also the same approach also in the mature and soft areas. So we understand one thing: research and learning is in constant motion, and complacency is out of the question. Now, so we also look at different contributions which were brought on board in our discussions, which would also impact on the open data. And remember that open data constituency includes open data constituencies for the government ecosystem and the non-government ecosystem. Because what happens is that the open data constituency for the government ecosystem would constitute the open data which fall within the classification of content which are not for non-government sector use. That also then drives digital entrepreneurship models within the government sector ecosystem to be used to improve the government sector ecosystem. Then you also have the open data, which is also for the non-government ecosystem, which means is for the general public, that you will have DEVs will be using, that private sector enterprises will be using, research will be using, and the openness of and the way it will be structured is what will give elasticity to the audience needs and use. Then let's go to the next slide. Then we'll have the ETA and EC forum. Now you see that in this area, you see that we constantly talk about NITA and NCA collaboration. The nature of technology is that silos and silo thinking doesn't thrive. And convergence gets to the level where when you see data moving, it is multimedia. There's voice, there's picture, there's sound, but it is moving as multimedia data. So you see that convergent nature itself is on the highway we are using. And therefore, the players also must understand. If the particles understand convergence, then the users of the particles must also similarly So you see that within that framework also you look at the five, we shared contributions which impact on the 5 pillars, and we also shared contributions, next slide, which impact on the wider focus areas, the mature and open. One of the things we must take out as we go is that the focus, the open areas are things which we are moving towards bringing more clarity and more understanding. And the more clarity we get, the more understanding we get. Those areas would then transition into mature areas. Now, when they transition into mature areas, we will still have to look at international best practices, new technologies, and they are used to let them remain relevant mature areas, otherwise we'll slip and lose that advantage. So let's go to the next slide. Then we have the private sector. Now, with the private sector, you're looking at various opportunities, and given the convergent nature of technology and the wide scope of the government ecosystem, there's a need for them to be able to have a certain structure which enables them to interface with a given entity to be able to, in a structured manner, reach every arm of government and every institution that is they require. And that is what these conversations looked at in relation to the 5 pillars. Next slide would also be the same approach also to the soft areas. The next slide, then we came to the disability, marginalized, and last mile penetration. Now, these are also, we had extensive discussion on these because they are all citizens with the same rights that we have under the Constitution. And the Constitution forbids us to discriminate against anybody on certain grounds, race, religion, gender, disability. And so what happens is that we had that conversation which ensures that the clear structures are put in place to ensure that they participate in the same drive that we are going, and designs and access use is also done in a way which also enables them to remain part of the constituency. So for the 5 pillars, you discover that digital government is part of it because the persons under disability also have a right to function within the digital government ecosystem as individuals, as participants, as holders of public office. So all this must be done in such a way that they can all participate. Gender mainstreaming also ensures that discrimination on the basis of gender is also eliminated. And then also last mile penetration ensures that no part of the territory of Ghana, which is defined as the territory consisting land, sea, and air, they are all subject to that ecosystem that we are developing. So a pilot in the air, because as you know, on phones and on in the aircraft, some airlines and some countries allow the use of the internet connectivity for different things. So we go to the next slide, and that also deals with the various soft areas and then the mature areas, and we brought contributions which impact on in this focus group on these mature and soft areas. Then we came today to deal with the issues of change management, which I believe is fresh on our minds. So let's go to the legal framework. Now, this next slide will help us put in context the exercise that we've been doing so far. Okay, so go down. Yes. So now, what then happens is this. You look at the ETA subsidiary legislation, which forms part of your documents. You see that we've given different colors to different pillars in the legislation. So this is the table of contents that we use. So you see that as we go through, you see that some parts impact on digital entrepreneurship. The legal framework is there. Some parts deal with data and emerging technology legal framework. Some parts deal with digital government legal framework. Some parts deal with digital skills. So you see that as you go through the different sections of the ETA, draft legislation, you'll look at and see the relationship that they have with the different pillars. Next slide. So now this is section 21 to regulation 21 to regulation 43. You see that some regulations have more activity in some pillars than other pillars. So we go to the next slide. Regulation 44 to 101, some things must be missing. You see that there's a lot which deals with which creates a legal framework for digital skills, then digital government, and then digital entrepreneurs legal framework. Then let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so you see these compliance also, the framework for compliance and how it relates to the different pillars, so that you see that within the concept of compliance audits, you are also looking at the impact that it will have on the different pillars. So what you are trying to do is do an audit on the subsidiary legislation and see how it relates to policy and the legal framework, which ensures that there is a functioning legal framework to ensure that the policy objectives are attained. Let's go on to the next slide. So you also see technical components, digital forensics and interception. You see that digital skills also comes in. So you see that with these different categorizations, you see that throughout the LI, you are looking at the different pillars, which we need to make sure that is taken care of. Then we come to the industry forum and complaints and disputes. You see consumer protection, consumer network and infrastructure. You see how the different pillars, which the ETA subsidiary legislation addresses. Then let's go down again. And then you have the forms and the fees section. And what happens with the forms and the fees is that the content are things which, when you provide, it also would help in monitoring for compliance and then related matters. So let's go to the next slide. Again. Okay, so now we are now on the NITA subsidiary legislation, one more time, is capturing, is also drawn to ensure that the policy monitoring and implementation, plus the regulatory aspects outside the policy monitoring and regulation, are also adhered to. Next slide, please. Next. It's finished. Oh. Then we went faster than we went faster than, you know. So basically, the two legislative instruments, the NITA and the ETA, you're looking at it also, look at it in the context of the pillars. Look at it in the context of the impact it has on the matured areas, the maturing areas, and the relationships that that must be in place for to ensure that the subsidiary legislation creates the legal framework that is required. You also observe that some of the suggestions that were given relate to matters which are relevant to the ecosystem, but which fall outside the primary legislation of the NITA Act and the ETA. Now, so, okay, you see, okay. So it was lost and found is not only a shop, it also exists on the laptop. So now this is the NITA one. You will see that it also deals with the different pillars, the digital skills pillars, the data and emerging technologies, the data entrepreneurs, the digital government. So you see also part of the policy is that Ghana would have to participate in the global digital economy growth. Now, what is happening is with the intervention of technology, the traditional paper-based global economic trade model, which we were all operating in, is also being impacted by the application of technology and its new opportunities. So what is happening is that the percentage, and this is data which institutions have been monitoring, the percentage of technology-based services, products, as captured in global trade, has been increasing over a period of time. And the transitioning of that into a world where technology will be the underlying tool or ecosystem under which global trade and services will be operating is what we will look at, and we would refer to as the global digital economy, which Ghana will have to participate in. Now, within the context of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and within the context of attaining the pillar objectives, NITA would also then have a certain role to play under the monitoring and implementation to reach out to peer African countries, and then also help us to also harvest some of the benefits of the digital economy which exists beyond our borders, and to also share with African peer countries. And then that will also give the opportunity to the private sector and the DEVs also to also capture that aspect, also engage in that part of the African global ecosystem. So then we also have issues with initiatives based on the policy, which deal with procurement, multiple use residence, selection-based procurement. Then you have, so these are things which also create the legal framework for interinstitutional cooperation within the government ecosystem. And then it also provides a legal framework for DEEVs in their different status to provide certain a presence in both the government ecosystem and the private sector ecosystem. Then you see the arms of government also. The intersectoral committee is also provides a legal framework which also ensures that this interrelationship and institutional discussions go on. Then we'll have the consumer protection complaints and e-commerce, registration of e-commerce providers and entities, benefit of consumer association registration. All these are also to help us provide a legal framework which also gives the nationals some protection. Next slide, please. Right. So you see now issues of database, big data, interregulatory cooperation, notification registration. All these, you see the different pillars also are captured in these different sections. So looking at these sections without the colors, it will look like they are just legal things, but they must be legal things which relate to the pillars and which provide a framework for those pillars. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Then you also have things with compliance, audits, then obligations, record keeping, retention, then technical compliance, data protection, and additional obligations. Now you see also that in the compliance regime also, it also ensures that the industry complies with data protection standards, and so that kind of interinstitutional cooperation is also made present. Then issues of guidelines, audits, directives, and orders. Next slide, please. Now, you see open data in the state. You see issues of network security. You see issues of cyber security, chief information officer, classification of digital records classification regime. And you see that these affect different impact on the different pillars. Now, next slide, please. Then you see that within the context of the African continental free trade, leveraging on technology also, a certain legal framework is also put in place. Then the issue of regulation and competition. Then you see the issue of local business protection. That and then several service level agreements, because you also have to sanitize the ecosystem and make sure that all the 5 pillars are taken care of. Next slide, please. So then we go through, you'll see the service level agreement. Then we also come to the forms, and you see that you see cybersecurity related things here. It is also NITA to ensure that the things with the cybersecurity agency require to be done, NITA will make sure that everybody operating within its ecosystem is also complying with this. So what we are basically looking at is the legislative instruments. Between now and the 14th of July, we have indicated that comments would be received. from all of you. Your recommendations also, and further recommendations will also be received. You look at this subsidiary legislation, the areas which you think should be further enhanced also, your comments also will be welcome on those areas. And the new areas which you think are forgotten areas which also should be looked at, those suggestions will also be very welcome. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, my services as an aplanque have been brought to an end, and I'm at the bus stop, and I'm handing over to the
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond Kujo. And I think Doctor would like to add a few words before we go.
It's not a few words. I mean, just a remark. I must say that there's one representation here that we are all fortunate to have. And I'm going in front of Madam. There's one representation here from the AG's office that we are so happy to have. They give the checks and balances. So they've been monitoring all. And I think before Raymond was about to conclude, he said, where there are issues which will fall outside the two acts, they will have to be looked out separately. In fact, that is what they will be auditing for us to make sure that we comply. We've gone through this for a long time. Madam, the legislative draft, the drafter who left. She's no more the chief legislative drafter. Esther, with the NCA one, we did so many with them, and we went through the coaching. I think we learned from your feet a lot. So we are very mindful that we need to comply. So we'll do our best so that when the final one comes, it will be little work for you to do. Thank you very much for your question and your auditing. Right.
Please, let's give them a round of applause for this fantastic work. We really appreciate you for the great thing you've done, and it's been an interesting 3-day event. So I would like to call on the Director General for NITA to give closing remarks and the next steps. Please, let's give it up for him.
Thank you. Well, the 3 days has come and gone very quickly. But thank you very much, all of you, for showing up. Even though my minister is not here, I would like to thank her a lot, because if it's not for her, 15 years, remember the gap is 15 years. There have been many ministers before her, many DGs before. They didn't push this drive, but she's constantly pushed it and got the World Bank to support us in this. I think Raymond touched on the fact that most of the institutions here or in Ghana have primary acts, but they don't have the subsidiary legislation, because we are always waiting for a donor to pay for it. That must stop. That must stop. Things of national importance, we must dig deep and find the money to support it. All the things you've said, if you can imagine if this subsidiary legislation was in place, we would have had a better run. But nonetheless, never too late. So, if she's not here, but she'll hear it in the air. I thank my minister for her support. I thank Raymond Kujo and Dr. Adakwa for their work. They are the consultants that are working on this document. I would also like to thank Mrs. Amwa at the drafting unit, the head of drafting at the AG's office. She's been quite supportive when we go and pick her brains. And she actually sent her team here, and who have been with us throughout the 3 days. I don't know your names, but Madam and Sir, thank you very much for your time. As Dr. Dakwa said, please guide us on the right path if we are going wrong. Let us clap for Clap for ourselves, everybody who is here. Everybody who has spent, time is very important, and I appreciate it because most of you have left your full-time job, and you go back. Me, when I leave here every day, I go back to my full-time job to deal with the administrative stuff that I have to do. So I appreciate your time for coming. And let me also take this opportunity to thank my colleagues at NITA. They've done very well. So this is going to everybody at NITA who was involved in planning, who has been here to serve. I mean, I've seen my colleagues actually dishing food during the lunch and all that. You've all done very well. This would position us, media. I may not be here when this thing really takes root, but I'm glad to be part of it, and I'm glad to have started this. I'm a government appointee, so when the time comes, I move on. But you are the guys who are going to benefit from this legislation. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your support. What can I say? It's very important, and I know during this whole discussion, we've been interchanging a bit. We talk about the digital economy policy, and we talk about the NITA subsidiary legislation. The NITA, the digital economy policy, is the national digital economy policy that has far gone. They've done the stakeholder engagement. I understand that they are preparing a cabinet memo for cabinet and all that. So hopefully that will be released. But just as Raymond said, we take some of our roots from that national digital policy. But they keep saying, and because some questions came out during these 3 days that I just want to reiterate. The subsidiary legislation is based on the primary NITA and the ETA Acts. We cannot do anything outside of it. Those are the checks and balance. So this subsidiary legislation, if our primary act is so bad, this subsidiary legislation will reflect that. But it's an exercise for us to even go through this process so that we know how these things are done. I'm learning a lot. I'm not a public servant. I'm a private sector guy. But I've learned a lot through this process. This exercise would also help us if we need to change the NITA Act and the ETA, because it was 2008 when it was done. Times have moved on. Technology has moved on. And so we need to be current. But on that note, I wish you all a blessed weekend. Safe travels from wherever you came from. And I thank you. The exercise has not ended because we are going to have more of a focused group sessions. We'll have a meeting with NCA, we have a meeting with BOG, we have a meeting with all the other key stakeholders. But this exercise was open to the general public to come and give us comments, and I think you did that graciously. So thank you, God bless you, and enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. So, like I've said from day one, we are still accepting comments, we are still accepting responses, inputs at comments with an S at nita.gov.gh. And I think this brings us to a close. I'd like to invite Mr. Wisdom to come and give us the closing prayer, and then we end. Wisdom, please. Reverend Minister Wisdom.
Shall we be on our feet, please? And with our eyes closed, we'd like to say a word of prayer. Father, we thank you. We bless your name. We magnify your name. We thank you for a successful meeting. We thank you that all that has been discussed here shall come to fruition. We thank you that you shall give us the wisdom and understanding to implement this and have all the necessary follow-ups that we need to do. This and many other things we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
So thank you. Right after here, we are going to have some snacks outside, and please let's make ourselves available. Have a good one.